Okay, okay. Should be good, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, this thing's like super delayed. Be good, yeah. Seems fine though. Lower that a bit. Mm -mm 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 -mm. Get the link for this thingity thing. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Let's switch this real quick, yeah. Right, we got some more clips as per usual. Right, what did we talk about yesterday? There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. This is like the previous weekly value area high. In terms of like the volume candles. Which makes sense, you saw like a huge volume spike here. This kind of 382, like single print clean, like rotation through yesterday's value, like ding ding. And it would be filling the gap, right, essentially. Agree or disagree? So it's gonna be a pretty interesting area. Agree or disagree? Switch this back. Bum 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 bum. Play this. But yeah, right, came right down to it. Little pixel perfect. Ding ding. Fill the gap perfectly and just rip from there. We also talked about the yellow line at the top of the red box, right? So could have shorted that thing too. So shout out to anybody that's been following along, right? You could have bottom ticked the long, top ticked the short, and be chillin', juicin'. Harris, Kamal, hi Marco. Shout out to the 1 hour 200 EMA and the red box. Yeah, shout out to the yellow line. Shout out to the red box. Let's look at this EMA. Boom. Did it bounce off that thing? Whoops. Yeah, basically. Boom, boom. In terms of the trades, like the ETH trade I haven't TP'd yet. I'm like TPing up here, but this thing's like fully hedged right now. Like I left it just hedged when we started to like do one of this thing. So got that thing covered, and we were getting filled in the short. The short that I had yesterday, like more orders got hit, so we're like even more filled on it now. Like it's not like hedged though. So like right now I'm gonna be watching this essentially. Kind of like, do we start to close below 382 or no? We're not, because there was a single print here that we just grabbed. And we are starting to have like hidden bull divs. It's like regular bull divs potentially starting to print pretty soon here. Same kind of story on the CBD in the lower time frames. So wait and see if we bounce here or not. If not, we'll start like shaving some on the way down. Oh, and also like in terms of adding back to the trades, we did add back to this stuff. Like once we started getting up the VWAP, because we were struggling for a bit. We kind of bounced here and then like got rejected and then rejected. But then once we started going, I re-added to the positions. So then that should do it, right? And we're all caught up in that regard. Let's get delete this thing. Delete this. Guess we don't need the red box anymore. Shout out to the red box, served its purpose. Why is this here? Oh, I changed the wrong color. Oh. This is one of those days where there's 2 point of controls depending on your tick size. Be mindful of both. What's it like on CME? The lower one. Also have a contract or rollover today. So let's leave that adjusted for now. I mean, this gap was like all but filled, right? Close enough. Close enough. Anyways, let's update our levels. Gotta look at some of this data. Oh, feels good. Got groceries. Got that food reloaded. Just need to hop onto the exchange. One thing at a time though. Alright, A5. Yeah. Let's see if we can bounce here, right? Bounce at this 382 and go, or what? At the bullish retest at value area high, or what? Or what? We're not, we're not. Mm. So what is the rate cut probability? %. Interesting. Seems like we're either ripping off this level or we're going lower. That's what it's looking like to me. Someone was trying to hold this up here too for a while in the order book. I'm assuming they got punched through though. I gotta look at that. They did. If we do lose this level, it'll be interesting to watch this. Because all those spot orders that were like lower, they've like walked all of them up. So now there's like a huge there's like a huge wall of like spot buys below, and now that we've like started going, they put all those spot buys here. Interesting to see if that ends up holding or not, or they pull them or not. Also some massive TPs at 9,300. Goddamn. Goddamn. Or someone's shorting it. Either way, it's a lot. 1,500 Bitcoin up there. Interesting. How's everything else doing? Let's clean some of this up for now. Whoops. Boom, boom, boom. And some of these things that we were looking at yesterday had crazy pumps today. Like, look at this shit. God damn, god damn. AMD also had a pretty big day, right? Same with Micron. Same with Tesla. Yeah, I mean this healthcare chart's no fucking joke, right? This healthcare chart is no fucking joke with everything else right now. Oh damn. Dun, 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 dun. What else do we have to do? Hmm. Day 25,000 of trying to book a doctor's appointment. Shout out to that free Canadian healthcare. Well, Lord knows if I need to do anything other than see the doctor. I'll be waiting for like 5 fucking years. Interesting. Funding negative. Spot premium negative. Interesting. Is that even right? Interesting. What's the funding rates and everything else? The funding rate is spiking super fucking low right now. It's like it's the lowest it's been since like April. Just aggregated. This data makes no sense. Also, what the fuck? The funding rate is super low on this thing, god damn. One of these has to be wrong, right? Either coin glasses or Velo is wrong. Data's not aligning. Math is not mathing. Also, that World Liberty Financial token getting paid pretty penny to long that thing right now. As it's like squeezing already. Curious what the open interest looks like on that. Might just do it for the lulz. Wow, holy shit. How far back does this chart go? Is it accurate? Holy shit. Okay, that makes sense. Wow, there's like almost no one long on this thing, and there's like fucking $1 billion worth of shorts. Where do they get liquidated at? Wow. This could be a pretty nasty fucking squeeze brewing on this thing. Okay. bum, bum. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the motherfucking math. Is it Lyle? I think it's Lyle, right? I'm correct. You see that gold? Yeah, I did see gold earlier. Did indeed see gold. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to gold. Boom, 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 boom. Told you last night. Told me what? Told me what? Entry right at 12:30 EST. What is this? Bum, bum. Oh, you got it up here? I mean, I guess for taking the breakout, I suppose it makes sense. Personally, I would have taken the thing we were talking about, if anything, but either way, got some juice on this thing. Curious if it keeps going, right? That's the next question more than anything. Curious if it kind of flips the zone or not. Or not. Or not. Waiting for the right short. I'm sure people are already eyeing this thing. Also, in terms of the fake imaginary patterns, what would this be? Interesting. But definitely losing momentum on the lower time frames, right? But it is just that. The lower time frames could just be resetting for another leg. Can we find the gold data? Gold, 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 gold. This is so outdated though, it's from October 7th. It's fucking November 24th. Have they not posted a new one yet? Oh, none of them come out until December, basically. Not particularly helpful. There was a lot of short open interest at the time of this report. I'll say that. But that was near when it topped, right? Yeah. Hopping into natural gas for the time being. Shout out to natural gas. Okay. Natural gas. Yeah, that September thing or that summer, like end of summer thing was pretty interesting. I don't know how quickly we can compile some data on that. Where is this chart? It's a pretty common thing large trading institutions do. I suspect it's just some seasonal thing, right? Like they get to use more of the time, so like demand goes up, I'd imagine. I suspect. So I think the most heating and whatnot uses natural gas, right? So it makes sense to go up going into like the fall and winter. I'm just curious, like the actual specific numbers. Interesting. Apparently people use like weather predictions to kind of time the pump demand curve, which makes sense, right? Although that's pretty hard to do. Like weather pattern prediction is quite a difficult task. Futures changed based on weather forecasts. Yeah, I'm reading about it now. Seems to be the case. The average move from August 15th to November 30th for the past 14 years is set point or 7.8%. And that's like including like suppose we were actually taking into fact the like macro like global factors like the war and whatnot. She could probably optimize that a lot more. Interesting. It's just an average temperature profile versus last year's usage rates, how much supply there is. Yeah, it makes sense. Seems straightforward. I imagine this must apply to a lot of things then, right? Any kind of like seasonal product in like in this regard. You know, I don't trade any of these things. I suppose it like adds to like the plate of things we're already monitoring. It's interesting though, especially once you have like a very large portfolio. It's a good way to like diversify, like rebalance things based on like seasonality to some capacity. Cattle, soybeans. Yeah, there wasn't like a pretty crazy drop in cattle lately, like somewhat recently. Yeah. Interesting chart though. Cause like, aren't they starting to sell what's it called? Like they're allowing South America to start selling more cattle in the U.S. Essentially, I think is what's going on here, from what I recall. Don't quote me on that. Soybeans. Trading commodities is a different game. It's not 100% about the charts. Well, I mean, never is, right? It's kind of, you can say that for everything. There's like fundamental investors versus like short-term momentum traders. The interesting thing about this kind of stuff is that like there's no how do we say this? Like that seasonality pattern of natural gas is like unavoidable, right? You just know that it's going to be in demand at that time, and given the weather conditions, pretty dependable in that regard. Yeah, it still sells off in the spring. It gets bought up end of the summer. I mean, that makes sense though, doesn't it? Like everyone that bought it for like the seasonal purpose is taking profit, and then they like reaccumulate before the next move. What about cotton? Interesting. Wheat, corn, oats, rough rice, lean hogs, live cattle, feeder cattle, butter, milk, non-fat dry milk. Interesting. Kind of like sell-offs after ex-dividend dates. Cocoa, sugar. I guess that's most of the main ones, seems like. Oh, there. You can trade anything, and they all move different. Knowing how different commodities trade is important as chart reading. It's all about getting something cheaper than its actual value. You know, I wouldn't argue that. I mean, I think that applies to like everything, right? Well, I'm surprised there's such like wiggle room in that though. You would think that like that seasonal edge has like been arbitraged out of the market, but I suppose given the supply demand dynamics of that, it's like somewhat impossible. You understand the worth of things, you'll always have wealth. Hmm. Hmm. I suppose. Not sure if that's like definitively true, but it does seem a reasonable statement. Suppliers use futures contracts as hedges. Yeah, like not everyone is That's usually the point of derivatives, right? They weren't initially invented with a speculation in mind, but like they have become more speculative. Like all these like derivative instruments. Interesting though. The first person in here as talks about this stuff. I mean, somebody was talking about orange juice a while ago, but no one actively trades it. Makes sense though. Most people that are in here are like pretty young and don't have a lot of money. So like you're not gonna really be particularly interested in taking like a 3 month trade on natural gas for like single digit percentage points. So you want to hmm. The natural gas, yeah. I mean, if you're doing it like no leverage, if you're just buying like actual natural gas, like a one-to-one contract. What was the number? It was like 7.8%, right? Where'd that thing go? Yeah, the average move from August to November 30th was 7.8%. Obviously, if you lever up, it's gonna be higher than that. Micro NG contract is $1 a tick. The tick size is 0.0001. guess this would be a different thing, right? What's the contract? Is it this one? And I mean makes sense given. I don't know the tick size is that high though. $1 a tick? Unless I'm looking at something different. MNGF. I don't get what you mean by $1 a tick. Understanding this mechanic. I see. Interesting. Seems like quite a lucrative seasonal trade then. What's the probability of getting margin called on this though? Yeah. You definitely want to have some wiggle room with your margin on this kind of thing, right? Especially if you're not going to use a stop loss. Just have to have the margin to cover the loss. The margin requires just like the max expected move. I'd have to do the math because I'm the way I'm thinking of this is like a swing trade, not like a day trade. So like price can vary a lot in a long time span like that. I know a day trade. Because like the edge that you're describing is like a multi-month seasonal edge, right? It's not like an intraday edge. It's not like it's just green candles from September to November non-stop. More about the shapes it makes. How erratic the moves are. Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like this would be like chaotic to hold. Buying a low and riding to the high is easy when you know the trend is directional. I mean, yeah, but like, some of these down moves are pretty aggressive, right? Like minus 10% in a day. Like you, with that kind of contract setup, you risk getting margin called depending on how you size the thing. Like assuming you don't have a lot of margin. Seems interesting though. Just means there's plenty of room to change direction. There's margin to cover the trade if it goes against you. So like I'm approaching this from like the high time frame, taking advantage of the seasonal aspect. I wouldn't be necessarily day trading this. And how does the higher time frame look in this regard? Like I'd be wanting to buy it like based on like the kind of data that we were looking at, like in October, like this August, end of August, early September window, and just kind of just let it go from there, right? Like now I wouldn't be like, would be a lot more hesitant to be longing this. Like you're basically like being a top longer at the end of the seasonality. Because when does the average price start to decline? What date was it? Yeah, December and February are the two worst performing months on average. Just by UNG calls. Fair enough. Suppose that is fair enough. UNG. I don't know if I'm looking at the same thing. UNG. Contracts are for short, or traders short-term moves. 3 of those moves are like 3 months of hodling. Yeah, but at that point it's like a different discussion, right? You're no longer trading seasonality. Like at that point you're just trading like a technical chart. Like every session there's like up and down, right? So what's going on over here? I don't know if it's that straightforward, right? Let's just look at some of these drops. They call it the Widowmaker. Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar. Familiar. It makes sense for trading with that kind of, like the contract that you showed me. And each tick is that much. Like, yeah. I suppose if you are patient though, and you wait for some kind of level like this to get grabbed. That'd be interesting, right? It does seem interesting. Cause yeah, there definitely is. You do have directional bias. It's kind of go look at how it was last year. Aside from that 1 year, I mean, they get Swin as well. Seems like a good swing trade setup more than anything. Two micros at 4, 6, 5, 9. Oh, you're on a different contract. What was it? MNGF 26. Four, 6, 5, 9. TPO is fucked. Yeah, I don't really trade stuff like this personally. In terms of like structure, this is like too like gambly for me. Personally. But like, I don't know what your strategy is, I don't know what data you're using, etc. So trade perpetual crypto futures. Yeah, but I'm not trading it right in the middle of a value range. I'm like waiting till it deviates above the range to like short it, or like long below, right? Or like short it if it loses the level, or long it if it breaks out. Oh my god, I don't like dab. Like this is like what the retail arena essentially, right? So most retail traders are like dabbling in the middle. That's the way I look at it. It's like you're getting tighter and tighter here, right? At any point, they can just like come out and like sweep one side or the other. Just do that or do this. What's the middle? This is like the. I mean, you know how the profiles work, yes. It's value area low, value area high. And this is where like 70% of the volume is. In this middle cluster. So this is like where everyone agrees the price of the asset should be. It's like the fair value of the asset currently for what's on screen. So typically, like when the price goes above the fair value, people are selling into it because it's at a premium compared to what everyone agrees on. When it drops below, people are buying it because it's at a discount compared to what everyone's agreeing on. So like the probability of like coming back is higher, and same with up here. So typically you want to be like shorting in this zone and longing below. So like, let's say price is like coming up to here, and there's like a bunch of like bear dips printing as price gets up here. The probability of like reverting back in is more. And if it does the successful bullish retest of the value area high and starts to go, then you can long it, right? Like long it to the next value zone, wherever that would be. It's like lower in this case. Once everyone agrees on the price, something that everyone knows is going up, what happens? Once everyone agrees on the price of something that everyone knows is going up, what happens? But they don't know what's going up. They don't know what's going up. Like sure, on a longer trend, sure, but like intra-session, like this can come down here and then end the day all the way up here, right? So yeah, it's going up, but like this move is still possible. That means they won't sell it. Like there is selling, right? There's pretty big moves down over and over. Like even just in this small example, like look, right? Look how many times it's gone up and down between the value node. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And people are obviously selling it. You know, also wouldn't have stayed here. If no one's selling, it's gonna keep going up. When it's imbalanced, it means there's like equal amounts of buyers and sellers. Or no. Or no. Because there's turbulence. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What is your definition of turbulence? Disturbance in the price action. I mean, it's just people switching hands, right? It's what it is. Like people that bought here are taking profit, and then they're letting it reset, and then they're taking profit into it again, right? It's like offloading massive positions in tranches. And then once everybody's done exchanging hands here, then you decide, okay, are we going up in value because there's more demand than supply, or are we going down? Because there's someone selling here, right? Because you don't want to be the person making the last dollar on this trade. So people that bought down here are already offloading their positions, whether it's a full position or partial, like we don't know. But it's happening, right? People that took the risk early on are being paid for it. The large jump from Thursday was a result of wider market sentiment. What day was Thursday? Oh, this. Whatever, you can call it whatever you want, right? Then the reason doesn't matter. Like people can make up some story for this move that's like bullish, that's bearish, etc. Blah blah blah. Oh no, at this time there's more people selling than buying. When it got to the top of the range. That's how I trade though, right? Not everyone trades the way I do. I'm just doing it based on volume profiles and time-based profiles. And all the math associated with that, all the statistics associated with that. Like gold, right? Like when we were looking at gold yesterday, for example, we had this like value area drawn. And like we were saying, right? Like there's two things were gonna happen here when this was printing. Like either it was gonna, where's the pencil? Like either we were gonna lose this level and go lower, or we're like doing like a failed auction and coming back in. So like if you're waiting for a trade setup and you see this happening at the value area low, then you could have longed it towards the value area high. And in this case, it like retested and broke out. So then people market smashed this long, which is why you see like a huge spike in volume on this candle. All the breakout traders took this. in terms of like a failed auction, right? Like in the low time frame, like this candle spike, probably because most people took the confirmation of this, right? Came back in, then came down, and then on the breakout again, boom, volume spike on this candle. Bum, 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 bum. Whatever. All I have to say is that like I would trade this stuff the same way I trade crypto, right? Like the value areas. Like typically you don't like this is where you have the least edge, right? Like sure you can get in on like really low time frame scalp moves potentially, but like this like the edge is diminishing in the middle. Like the highest edge that you're gonna get is on the outside zones of this. You're reading the chart, like the chart makes the action, and not like the action makes the chart. Not sure what that means. Like most of the trading is algorithmic, right? And then when human traders see setups occurring, like they're taking the trade. That's the like three most common trade setups that people do, right? Like one is like a breakout trade, two is like a mean reversion after some like extended move, and then the third's like a range trading. It's like the three main setups most traders are doing. So when they see any of these happening in some setup capacity, they're taking them. And a lot of them structure, at least in terms of the breakouts and the range trading, are structured around volume profiles. Like the mean reversion trade setups, there's a lot more variety in that because there's a lot of ways to calculate a mean reversion and come in. Like an endless amount of data. Or it could be that the value of the underlying commodity has increased. I mean, good luck trading that. Good luck trading that. You think you and everybody else in the market is like hive minding, reading each other's mind, and you can all telepathically go, "Hey guys, the value's increasing. Let's all buy it right now." It's impossible. Not to mention like how many participants there are, right? And most of the time, the market is not just blasting off in one direction or the other. It's like typically imbalance. You don't use macro? No, not really. It doesn't really matter. Not really. If I'm trying to do some like long-term portfolio, sure, or maybe have some like, for instance, this natural gas thing. Like, yeah, you can have I guess some seasonal bias towards the upside in that like 3 month window at the end of the summer. When it comes to day trading, it's irrelevant. If you're taking a trade and getting in right now and getting out in 20 minutes, you think anything in the macro is relevant? It's just math. Math, supply demand, the order flow at the time. Like you might be buying gold right now thinking it's bullish and going up, and then somebody that bought it down here was bullish and going up, and now they're selling to you. Like at the end of the day, like what is the market, right? It's just a device to pair buyers with sellers. So if people are selling and there's no buyers here, price is going down to find buyers. If people are trying to buy and there's no sellers, when price is going to go higher to find new sellers. Entire purpose of the market is to define the value of assets, not to deconstruct. What does that mean? Deconstruct candle patterns? Or deconstruct, perhaps? Like another way, like okay, like you have to have no, the patterns are not the result, right? If like Steve Cohen is like trading with charts, one of the most famous hedge fund managers in the world, one of the most performant hedge fund managers in the world, just pays attention to charts for a reason. Like these volume profiles is money talking. Like people can think whatever the fuck they want about an asset, but there's no debating this. This is telling you where people bought and sold. Your opinions do not matter, right? This is what's really happening with the actual money. People can say whatever they want, but this is where people are exchanging, buying and selling. So if you're in an area where everyone was agreeing to buy and sell here, and it starts to move away from this area, that's not some like random chart pattern. It's telling you that people have finished engaging here, and price is now trying to find new sellers. And it's never guaranteed either, right? And there's no guarantees. Just the probability of it is higher. So like, think about how hard it is to do what you're describing, to have like consensus on what people think the price should be. Like, there are people, okay, when the price is up here in gold, right? There are people saying that gold is still undervalued and it's going higher. There's other people that are saying it's overvalued. There's other people that are saying it's fair value. And who's to say any of them are right or wrong? The person that thinks it's undervalued might be looking at this with like a 5 year time horizon. The person that thinks it's overvalued might be looking at it from like a weekly time horizon. So like you have to account for everyone's opinion of like, is it fair, is it over, is it under, and then what time horizon they're making that assessment on. And there's like millions of participants making that opinion. It's like how are you gonna try to accurately quantify that? You know how many good trades you would enter by believing the chart's price action as a true value of the asset? I don't believe the chart is the price action is the value. Like the price of anything is just like an advertisement, right? It's just an advertisement, and then volume is telling you is this like a successful advertisement or not. If price is increasing and volumes are decreasing, then it's not a particularly successful auction. The inverse applies to like moving down. Like Bitcoin, for example, right? Like literally absolutely nothing has changed from this asset from year to year. It's the exact same thing. So obviously the price is not representative of like what the true value is. It's like mostly sentiment and positioning driven. And there's studies on this too, right? In terms of like what was it? Like on the lower time frames, like fundamental value essentially has like no correlation with like the price performance of an asset. The price action would tell you to sell it. We talking about Bitcoin? Yeah, but like, why would you sell it though, right? It's because of the patterns that are forming that you're seeing and then responding to. Like also, like in this case, right? Let's just look at this value area. Right, price dropped below the value area, retested it, and then went lower, which is exactly the same setup that we were talking about on gold. And there's people obviously that sold here, right? The deviation like above value. Plus, like the other thing about this stuff is it's not subjective, right? There's no nobody's opinion matters when it comes to like the time-based profiles and the volume profiles. There's no subjectivity in this stuff. It's like this is the profile and this is how price is interacting around the boundaries of these profiles. It doesn't matter what people think, doesn't matter what the sentiment is at the time, blah blah blah. Agree or disagree. Thing is, there's no right or wrong, right? We can sit here and debate this stuff, but at the end of the day, there is no right or wrong because there's people that trade that don't even look at charts. Right? That Chris Camilo guy, he trades based off TikTok sentiment. Just read social media comments and trades based around that. Plus, like finding alpha in news. Oh, at 90 a share, I mean. Bought what at 90? People the god. Alpha King Alpha. How did that thing end up doing? What was it that you bought? Like Toshi, right? I told you sold for 600. Nice. Very nice. Farming Japan liquidity injection. I don't know if it's necessarily because of that. I mean, maybe it is. I suppose maybe it is. Well, I don't think if all the markets were nuking, that Toshi would have just been sending. Maybe it would have. Maybe it would have. He's definitely right. I don't think any of us can say that definitively. Like, first of all, they just announced stimulus, right? It's not like they announce it and then just like boom, money's immediately in everyone's accounts, in every business, etc. Like, obviously, some people will hear that news and spend with less thought. But to say that that's the exact reason why this meme coin Toshi went up, potentially a stretch. I mean, it is possible, right? It's possible. Won't count it out. I don't know how money works. Sure. Sure. It is possible as well. That is possible. Didn't realize he was talking about a meme coin. Like, obviously people like try to get front run these announcements, right? But talking about the Bank of Japan and their actions affecting the U.S. market, well, of course, right? Of course, Japan's like one of the biggest treasury holders, and then everyone also does like the basis trade there, like the carry trade. And can agree on that. 2025 equals meme coin year. This year? I don't know about that. Aren't all the meme coins like down horrendously? Oh yeah, I put my stop break even on this thing that we took at the start of the stream, so if it goes amazing. Now who cares? Bum, bum, bum. Thing is that the funding rate was so negative, it was like might as well, right? This thing was like triple digit negative, negative 100% funding rate. Oh, might as well take a little stab on that. Let's look at some of these meme coins just to get a feel. Oh, look at these things. What were all the main ones? Like Fartcoin. What was the other big ones? I don't even remember now. I guess there's the older ones like Doge. Yeah, seems like they're all down bad. Yeah, it's a liquidity supplier for the markets. Now Bitcoin has sort of become a thing. Yeah, yeah. No, I actually saw some pretty interesting story. I didn't realize this. So on October 10th or 8th, there's like a pretty massive confiscation of Bitcoin by the US government from like some Cambodian scam group of like 120,000 plus Bitcoin. Also, out of curiosity, is this aligned? It is too. Wow, interesting. Okay, this could be completely fake news. Don't quote me on it, but it is a pretty interesting theory to think about. So like, they confiscated the Bitcoin on this day from these scammers, and then like 2 days later, they released a bunch of documentation of people being investigated for similar scams. And a lot of people think that anybody who's been scamming Bitcoin over the years started dumping because of the fear of confiscation and put it into like these privacy coins to extract the money. Pretty interesting charts that align like that way as well, right? Pretty interesting. You should just watch Solana. What do you mean? I got Solana open. Okay, we are now at the first zone of interest. Is this thing gonna hold or not? We're not. We're not. What chart were we on? Yeah, I don't trade meme coins. They're too low cap. Also, like, extremely gambly. Like, in terms of the math, in terms of trading actual math and stats, like, the higher the market cap, the higher the liquidity, the better, more reliable it is. Like, if you're sitting on like a 10 million market cap coin, drawing like Fibonacci retracements and volume profiles and whatnot, it's not really gonna work, is it? Or at least not nearly as effective. Yeah, well, what's that thing? Because I've seen people streaming that trade meme coins. They have some like screen open that has like 20 different scanners running. See if we can find one out of curiosity. There's not enough liquidity. Like I used to trade some of these lower caps, and it was like I would take profit on a position, and the slippage would make me lose like 30% of my gains, if not more, right? It's not worth the effort. See if I can find one of these people trading this stuff. Yeah, the price on those is a lie. Yeah, exactly. Thing is, I didn't have that much money. Like I thought that was like an issue that you would have when you're trading like $2 million of a coin like that. But I was like taking like 5-digit profit, 4-digit profit on like stuff that had pretty decent market cap. And even then, like there was like no liquidity in the order book. So I was like, okay, it's just pretty stupid. Like I'm thinking I'm about to get like 10K and I get like fucking like $4,000. Stop doing that pretty quick, pretty early on. I think I found one. Hold on, let's see if this ad goes away on Twitch. Ghosty? I'm not familiar, I'm not sure. Yeah, but people do this, right? They're just staring at this like all day essentially. With like some kind of scanners on, just looking for whatever pops up. I'm along uni very soon. I think you missed the initial pump, right? After they made that announcement. Yeah. Seems like it retraced most of the move though. Probably a pretty interesting time to look into get into it. You've ever made a smart contract on a smart chain? I've not. The relationship of price point to liquidity and volume is insane. Yeah. It makes sense, right? The market cap is just like a synthetic number. So like when the order book has like massive gaps on it, and then whenever there are orders at a certain price level, there's not many. Slippage is pretty crazy. I always wonder though. It seems like the what's it called? It seems like pretty realistic to make a bot to trade these things. Like the low cap meme coins. Like obviously you wouldn't be making much money off of it, but It seems whenever you look at the wallets that make the most money trading this stuff, it's always just bot counts. They're making like hundreds of trades a minute. Low liquidity and low volume can create percentage gain, but you can't get it out. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why crypto is like so. At least like the low cap crypto, right? And the people that are on Twitter are like shilling that garbage. Because they buy some shit and then start shilling it on Twitter, and then they're like selling into the dump while they're like, you're the exit liquidity, right? That's basically what it is. And then like the few souls that actually make money and try to sell before it just nukes to zero, they get wrecked by slippage. Massive grift. Binance audit system on Alpha Coins is very good. No clue. I don't even know what that is. I don't even see what's so like enjoyable about that, right? Like, okay, we've all seen the data, right? We've all seen the pump fund data. We're like 0.0001% of wallets made money. So like 99.99999% of people are sitting here staring at their screen 24 hours a day, trying to find the next meme coin. So you literally can't do anything else because you're wasting all your time just looking at this shit, just to lose money, in the hopes that you get some like lightning strike probability hit. Seems pretty wasteful. I want to just learn how to actually trade. A lot better use of your time. But everybody wants the easy way out, so each to their own, I suppose. It's the lowest chance slot machine. Yeah, that's the way I look at it, right? To me, it's like it's like a lottery, right? It's like a group lottery. At least when you're getting into like the okay, like we'll ignore the low cap meme coins because that's like straight degenerate behavior. But let's say there's one that's gaining a lot of mind share, like Fartcoin for example, right? With stuff like this, you can put in a little bit of money because it's like like a better version, a new generation version of the lottery, right? You can go and buy a $20 lottery ticket and basically have like a 0% chance of winning. Or you can say, fuck it, right? Let me take my $20 and put it into Fartcoin. And maybe I'll make like $20 with a much higher probability than zero. Assuming you actually take some profit when it goes. So in that regard, like fair enough, right? Have some fun with some small percentage of your portfolio, like 1% if that, of all your total capital. But aside from that, yeah, I would never be putting like any substantial amount of net worth in this stuff. I'm 40 G's on Doge, that's when the deal was fresh. Yeah, yeah, but that's what I mean though. Like Doge was like one of these, right? One that captured like a lot of mind share and got like became a huge market cap. If you're trading something that has like 100K market cap, good luck. Good luck. But it's a usual problem, right? It's like people are not everyone tries to make money like this, money over time, which is like much lower probability than doing it this way. Like, a lot slower, but a lot more realistic. And the other thing is like the people that like let's say the funniest part about this meme coin stuff is that like it's the same story you see every single time, right? We always see on Twitter when like the market crashes, for example. Like they'll finally hit the one meme coin that fucking just makes them a shit ton of money, and they give it right back. They give it right fucking back. Long Mon. What's Mon? How do you even know these tokens? Oh, this is Monad. What's the deal with this thing actually? Cause I remember reading about it so long ago, and then now it's finally out. Does it have any like real use cases going on currently, or no? Market is a tool to separate impatient people from their money. Yeah, typically. Or people that think that it's like easy mode money printing, right? People that think they know how to trade but don't actually know. I guess a better question would be, what are the pros of Monad versus like Solana, Sui, ETH? So like, do we need more L1s? I'm not sure. Like, what does Monad bring to the table? We're in the bread and circuses period of crypto. Once we realize its actual purpose, mostly general. What does that mean? What's bread and circuses? Superficial appeasement. Generate public approval not by excellence in public service or public policy, but by diversion, distraction, or by satisfying the most immediate or base requirements of the populace. Interesting. Yeah, I think people are already finding that out, right? Like the for the past like 2 years, people have been screaming, "Oh, it's alt season's coming," from the hilltops, and every alt is just fucking going straight to zero. Aside from like a handful, like Hyperliquid, Solana, BNB. The real purpose is that money can be different. Like the money we use for healthcare shouldn't be the same kind of money we used to buy a Porsche. Mm. Mm. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Like, yeah, there has to be like some kind of consensus, or it's like impossible to barter, right? Not impossible, but like much more inconvenient. It compartmentalizes inflationary forces. I mean, sure. Mm, Even then, I don't know if that's like good enough. Good enough argument to not have some kind of like unified form of like value. Cause like, let's say I'm going, I don't know, to the mall, and each store in the mall has a different form of money. I'm expected to have all of these forms of money to effectively operate inside of the mall. Like the food court versus clothes versus some shoe place. Like if we had a healthcare money that could only be for healthcare, the only person that could use that for something else would be a doctor or healthcare provider. Seems complex, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It seems like a very complex way of approaching things. Because then, like this healthcare money that you give the doctor, well, then they have to turn it back to something else when they want to use it. So like I have to take my money, whatever it was before the healthcare money, turn it into healthcare money, give it to the doctor, and then they turn it back to whatever. So then it's just easier to just have like give them fucking money, like a United States dollar or like a whatever Bitcoin or fucking bar of gold, something everyone agrees on. Never use insurance? I do. Why? It's in essence what you're doing, only with a lot more paperwork. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, give me an example. Three, 2, 9, 0. Or we're gonna watch your long Meebo. Oops. You're turning your money into healthcare money. An insurance company is a bank, charging you usury for the conversion. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I'd necessarily look at it that way, though. Like, more often than not, they're just taking your money and just buying some kind of hard asset with it. And then just paying out people with money when needed, or as needed. Or no, or no. Okay, I'm gonna get some food real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna get a bowl of yogurt and some fruit for this next 30-minute candle.
Hey, it's red out. Blood drip, trend flip, we feasting. Mad, don't lie. Yeah. Market looking hella bearish. Broke that lowest parish. Mac confirmed, I'm fair, let's go. Heavy shorts, I'm careless. V-Wop tapped and dump. Boom! Volume spike, that slump. Crash. Break down clean, no pump. Nah. Cut through charts like Trump. Marcos caught that versal clean. Lower, hot and I lean. Short. TP stacking in green. Profits. I ain't stressing no dreams. 618, it missed. Rip that 786. Ops, long get flipped. Ouch. Now they margin slip. Margin call. Market looking hella bearish. Broke that lowest parish. Match confirmed, I'm fearless. Heavy shorts, I'm careless. V-Wop tapped and dump. Volume spike, that slump. Break down clean, no pump. Cut through charts like Trump. Price melting, no floor. Free fall. TP hit, need more. Reload. Back test, I ignore. That fake bounce on shore. Markers on guess he measures. High till a low, pure pressure. 702 fake pleasure. Trap. I stay short like a lecture. Midnight glow on my screen. Smoking loud while it bleeds. Wrist on ice, it gleams. But the tape red mean. Yeah. We short of the dreams. While they pray for the bounce. Marcos never blink. Red candles count. Let it bleed. Hey.
Hit press long at the highs, no plan. Chase the green with a trembling hand. Candle wicked, now we don't understand. While I mark that top in the motherland. Fibs don't lie, but emotions do. He He saw a pump, but I saw through. I sip my tea while the chart unwind. One candle down, now he left behind. You went long where we go short. No bias check, just Twitter talk. That green fooled you into hope. Now you flow while I just coast. Top longer, ooh, you pressed it bad. Now you deep in drawdown looking sad. Top longer, now you can't breathe while I fade that strength and leave with ease. Top longer, that wick don't care. Kissed your field and vanished in air. Top longer, you chased too high. I was selling slow while you kissed the sky.
Okay. God, I'm hungry.
She asked me how I move so light. I said I chart in rhythm, not in fright. I let them long, then I pick my side. While they screaming red, I just glide. Golden pocket like a love affair. One touch, then I'm never there. They spam green, I just set that trap. Then watch it flip, then lean right back. You went long where we go short. No fib, no flow, no candle thought. The breakout, just a break of peace. Now I collect while you beg for release. Top longer. Ooh, you pressed it bad. Now you deep in drawdown looking sad. That breakout, just a break of peace. Now I collect while you beg for release. Top longer. That wick don't care. Kissed your field and vanished in air. Top longer. You chased too high. I was stelling slow while you kissed the sky. It's not emotion, it's math, my friend. Price don't love you, it just pretends. So don't chase highs with no clear red, or you'll pay the price for that reckless greed.
That's what banks do.
Top long,
I house you and give you a loan.
shame to see you bought the lie while I sip my tea.
Yeah.
Top longer, hope don't pay, but I get paid every single day. Top longer, next time wait, don't chase the sun at the wrong gate. Top longer, now you know we mark the top and let it go. I fade that fire, you play with flame. The math is the math, and we're not the same.
Show it to the banks.
No handouts. Marcos. One shot, had to take it. No sleep, had to make it. Dark nights, cold basement. Now my wrist looking sacred. They ain't cared, it was vacant. No help, just hatred. Not flex in a matrix. And my fam never waiting. Chart glowing, it's all I knew. Dreams in the gutter, soaked in dew. Had a map, that line like truth. While they doubted, I aimed and flew. Poverty, pressure, pain on loop. No crowd, just math and a ruthless proof. Didn't need faith, didn't need boosts. The fib, the levels and airtight moves. I ain't believe, now they all tune in. I ain't forget how the silence been. Trading was prayer, yeah, I spoke with sin. No priest, just me and a flickering screen. Yeah, one shot, had to take it. No sleep, had to make it. Dark nights, cold basement. Now my wrist looking sacred. They ain't care, they was vacant. No help, just hatred. Not flex in a matrix. And my fam never waiting. Price hit, I ain't shake, I feel. Stop loss tight, the entry killed. One trade flip, how my block feel. Now mom smiling, a house on a hill. They ain't ride when the loss was real. Now they cheer while I coast in silk. Still the same, just math and skill. Just more rooms in a place I built. Had much, just a chart and plan. No cosigns, no open hand. But now they see what I became. One shot, and I changed the fam. Yeah.
Okay, if this one doesn't bounce after clearing 874,
Marcos initialized.
we're gonna shave some of the long.
When I place, pause or I stop. If you know, you know. The math is the math.
Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Sight so deep, price don't move on its own. Flash that wick, that's me in the zone. You chase pumps, I bank and I'm gone. You place dreams, I post limits. Whole trend bends when I send digits. Short the low, that's your ticket. Top gets long, then I flip it. They can't match weight, they adjust the range. One fill hits and the board looks strange. No news drop, just Marco's placed. Volume spikes when I open space. You call it chance, I call that data. Candle wicks talk, I read them like paper. One big block, I don't move like retail. I draw the line, you call it a detail. Options box like shipping crates. IV high, then I rotate. You stress losses, I stress Greeks. You move for clout, I move discreet. Lie don't pose and I came my vapes. When I get fall, I'm a laughing state. I'm a lift nut with my neck so tape. Fix up, fixed up, quite a brace. Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Sight so deep, price don't move on its own. Flash that wick, that's me in the zone. You chase pumps, I bank and I'm gone. You place dreams, I post limits. Whole trend bends when I send digits. Short the low, that's your ticket. Top gets long, then I flip it. Broker store, they can't feel mine, so they widen spreads and delay time. News don't move it, tweets don't phase. It's Marco's trades that bend the wave. Fake outs live where I place bait. Whole trend shifts off, risk I rate. Top gets squeezed while I sell calm. Your moon is my exit, thanks for the palm. Golden zone, that's my canvas. You chart hope, I move like an atlas. Leverage max, that's harvest season. They get got and don't know the reason.
You say it's luck, but I've seen this loop. You caught the spike, I wrote the scoop. Your stops find suits, I'm my next booth. You trade belief, I execute truth.
Limits, pivots, this ain't a guess. Risk gets taxed while I compress. No reaction, I pre-play stress. Your whole edge, I repossess. You felt the shift, but I placed the weight. They say whales move the sea, but I own the tide. The math is the math.
I put in the work, now the market my baby. Chart like curves and the flow drive me crazy. Standard dev type, I know when she break, she give me that wick. I just need one shake. I calculate love like it's volume weighted. She move with rhythm, never outdated. One sigma shift, I'm deep in my lane. Trade run smooth while I hold her frame. Fibonacci touch, now she calling my name. 618, is she feeling the flame? She asked how I know, I just smile and explain. Delta was dry, but I saw the game. It's too easy when you do it right. Math so clean it turned dark to light. It's too easy when you know the vibe. One retrace and we both align. It's too easy when you study deep. No chase, we just let it repeat. It's too easy, now the price obey. And we whisper in charts in a sweet delay.
You drew that fib, now I ride that line. Touch my zone with that entry fine. No need to rush, I respect your pace. I see the math in the way you trace. You plot that swing like you read my soul. Pull back soft, but your logic bold. RSI low, I was feeling weak till you brought that flow. Now I peak each week. I don't need flowers, I need that plan. Show me the chart, I'll show you a fan. You know the levels, you know the zone. You read my mind like you read the cone.
It's too easy when you do it right. Math so clean it turned dark to light. It's too easy when you know the vibe. One retrace and we both align. It's too easy when you study deep. No chase, we just let it repeat. It's too easy, now the price obey. And we whisper in charts in a sweet delay.
How you know the bounce like that? Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time.
The math is the math, and we don't miss. It's too easy when you do it right. Math so clean it turned dark to light. It's too easy when you know the vibe. One retrace and we both align. It's too easy when you study deep. No chase, we just let it repeat. It's Whispering charts in a sweet delay. How you know the bounce like that?
Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time.
The math is the math, and we don't miss.
Price don't lie. The math is the math. God. You got. Ran it back, they set the stop. Feel that level. Mark it clean, then let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. That don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. They get God. Click that level, yellow flash. Snap, blind. Feel that we collected cash. Midnight shine. No emotion, just the math. Calculated path. While they panic, I relax.
Sipping while they crash.
Wrote that song like it's scripture.
Immaculate picture.
Place that perfect full fixture.
No miss, no glitch, bruh.
On the charts like a whisper.
He goes like the flicker.
Ran it back, they set the stop. Feel that level. Mark it clean, then let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. That don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up.
They get God.
Click that level, yellow flash. Snap, line. Feel that we collected cash. Midnight shine. No emotion, just the math. Calculated path. While they paper cash.
Sipping while they crash.
You trace hope, we trace math. We trace math. You want breakouts, we want path.
We fade that wrath.
I hear your panic in the glass.
Breathe too fast.
While we drift off in the craft.
And just laugh.
No tweet, no flex, just feel
Silent thrill.
midnight dot, I'm still
Chillin', kill.
session open and uphill.
Then we pill.
Mark the zone, the market kneel.
We that skill.
Champagne chart, white screen glow.
Backlight slow.
Every pip we let it show.
Never low.
Ops just guess we know.
Tap in, go.
Math locked in, we stole the show.
You ain't know.
Ran it back, they set the stop.
Feel that level.
Marked it clean, then let it drop.
Just one shot.
I don't chase, I let it pop.
That don't flop.
One more candle, then I'm up.
They get God.
Click that level, yellow flash.
Snap, line.
Feel that we collected cash.
Midnight shine.
No emotion, just the math.
Calculated path.
While they panic, I relax.
Sipping while they crash.
One shot. No chase. They move loud. We move mad.
Yeah, Marcos. Lights low, charts glow. Loud in the air, my thing control. Yeah. I puff that fire, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in the wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place exact. Spread real tight, just like the rap. I trade, I flex, I ghost, I stack. Smoke in my chest, plan in my mind.
Okay.
Birds align, I move on time.
Okay.
Lost in that edge, be prime. You trade emotion, I trade design. Them want vibes, I want fit. Them want slow burning, slow earning every candle. I've been learning charts, whisper price, confirm it. Entry go stay, ain't this. I puff that far, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in a wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place exact.
So where's yesterday's VWAP?
Midnight screen light on my face. Price low creeping, I hold grace. They want breakout, I want base. Me and risk, we never race. Smoke curl up like liquidation. I wait my time, no imitation. They short the low, I hit rotation. Run, they stops, pure elevation. I puff that fire, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in a wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place exact. Spread a real
Shout out to the math.
like the rap. Trade, I flex, I ghost, I
Oh god, I'm tired. I am tired. It's already 10 o'clock. Damn.
the fire loud, but my math louder. Shh. You got. I don't hope, I don't wait. I mark, they move. Mark goes. Ciao. Yo. Imaginary to you, but not the price. Drawn 2 weeks back, still hit twice. No confluence, no fib, no hype. Line too clean, like the math got sliced. Chart slow down when it near my zone. Wig tap light, then momentum gone. They thought breakout, I thought fade. I was 10 pips deep in a palisade. No reaction, I just reload. Pit clean like a fingerprint code. Line invisible, weight still known. Yo, hold these has died on a level I own. Imaginary line still print real. Price hit once and sealed the deal. You press buttons, I press steel. Chart show chaos, I just feel. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. But I got hit at the edge of space. Line held firm like a golden brace. You saw noise.
God, it is so cold here, man. God damn.
Price curve back like it owed me action. Whole move died when the wick got clipped. Mad don't lie, it just flips. I don't move fast, I just set fate. Market bend on my silent weight. Chart don't fake when the edge get close. And I don't speak, just post that ghost. Imaginary line still print no sound. Came through soft but broke that round. They never saw but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft but broke that round. They never saw but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. The wit don't lie, chart don't ask.
Are we actually bouncing from here or what? Or what? So far so good, right? We said if we'd lose 8-4, state 7-4, we could close some of the long. So far so good on the bounce before clearing the level. Open alarm here though. If the alarm goes off, we'll definitely shave some. Gotta look at the data though, just to be certain.
Flip it, trade divine. Levels on levels, no guessing it's stack. Auto on feels, then price react. Each retrace just fuel the load. I was try to chase, I'm already sold. Watch the math like I watched the time. Go Rolex when it touch that line. Price dip down, they screaming red. I'm getting entries. Overheads fed. 618, I'm light with ease. 6-6, yeah, I start to tease. 702 had more disease. By 7-5, I was begging please. 786, that's beast mode. Big size feel that candle froze. Full send hit, I'm in that seat. Marco's playing this game elite. 618, get the light dip. 6-6, little more grip. 702, airway.
We have two options really. We can also just add to their shorts and bring our average price down. Ideally we just bounce from here though, right? Ideally we just bounce, flip the wheel up, start going. Is this the same on all the coin margin contracts or no? Or no? No.
Marco stack size why they chase. 618, get the light dip. 6-6, little more grip. 702, airway quick. 75 hit, I'm locked in rich. 786, that's the trap door zone. Biggest order sitting on the throne. We come down, feel that line. Marco's flip it, trade divine. No emotion, just execution. Deep feels Fibonacci fusion. I'm still crying about illusion. Marco's just ran up a revolution. Mama had tears in the kitchen, now look. Mom was crying while the rent passed due. Now she count blessings with a sky view. I was down bad, no one had a clue. Now we all good, whole crew came through. They ain't see the map, just a doubt in their face. Now I'm cruising slow in the starlight. Never needed luck, I just needed some space to build it from scratch. Now we floating in grace. I was in the dark with a pixel dream, trading in pain, trying to find my theme. Late night charts, steady chasing green. Mama said pray, I said watch the screen. Whole fam slept while I mapped that zone. Woke them all up when I touched that throne. Golden pocket entries, built us alone. Now we eat well, got marble and chrome. She used to cry, now her smile stay bright. I took that weight, made it fly like a kite. They used to mock, now they copy the light. Marco's the name, put the game.
Which way the price is going to go with these, so I think they're with confidence of some degree. They attach weights to those, and they don't just use all equal weights as well. Some of them will attach.
Auto-tune blessings, I let it all play. Wrote this in code, made a plan every day. Mama, don't worry, we finally okay. Math did the work, now we counting LA. Hey.
618 like a signal from Mars. Set the order, now I'm counting the stars. Whisper said he won't go far. Now they all watch charts from luxury cars. Detached soul, I don't fold, I compute. Every feel, now a loop of the truth. Used to lose sleep from the weight of the roof. Now we high rise, math get the proof. Came from the void, no echo, no cheer. Only that screen and no way to the fear. Mama was stressing the rent coming near. Now she infer with the diamonds that smear. I was alone, now the feel look divine. Hesitate once and you miss the whole line. Math hit coded, don't beg to be kind. Every zone I drew came back in the line. Pixel perfect when I breathe in the dark. Limit place, now the candles embark. Autumn doubts, gone like a spark. Just me, the chart, and the art.
Marcos trades. Deep in the trenches. Big wave, big math. Yeah.
Set the wave, I surf, I move it. Whales get clipped when the math too ruthless. Trenches cold, but the wrist on stupid. Size get dumped, they pray, I prove it. I'm the current, they just floating lost. I hunt depths, they don't know the cost. Wick get tapped, that's blood in the sea. I got feels with a pressure peak B. They see splash, I see trap, I said it. Zone get drawn, well steps regret it. 618 like teeth embedded. I bite back when the sea look hectic. I'm in stealth, no sonar blip. Got size so big, it'll flip, they ship. Lick map blink, that's bait to grip. I just sit, then pop that clip. Trend setter, I chart the swell. Pulse of the tide, I rid that well. They just swim where I cast that spell. Every reversal, I ring that bell. Set the wave on surf, I move it. Whales get clipped when the math too ruthless. Trenches cold, but the wrist on stupid. Size get dumped, they pray, I prove it. I'm the current, they just floating lost. I hunt depths, they don't know the cost. Wick get tapped, that's blood in the sea. I got feels where the pressure peak be. Deep sea pockets, that's where I dwell. They chase pumps, I wait and shell. Flip get marked and the trap get set. They swim loud, I move in stealth. Float through charts like I breathe that tide. Bad bitch rolling while I glide. POC get kissed and slide. I front run trends, they chase and cry. No clout moves, I just set the tone. This the ocean math on a platinum phone. Whole crew fed on precision zones. We hunt whales, they die alone. Set the wave on surf, I move it. Whales get clipped when the math too ruthless. Trenches cold, but the wrist on stupid. Size get thumped, they pray, I prove it. I'm the current, they just floating lost. I hunt depths, they don't know the cost. Wick get tapped, that's blood in the sea. I got feels where the pressure peak be. It ain't luck when the ocean bends. Just pressure, math, and patience. Marcos.
Bum bum bum.
Migo, we know, man made millionaires. Back then they ain't care. Now my whole fam in the air. Private flights, no stairs. Golden fibs, I swear. 6-1 lounge truck, 2-tone glare. TP hit, I stare. Money talk loud, they scared. They laughed at the plan, I sports with the fam. Used to run, stop, lost, now run the land. Backwards field chart still in hand. Had no help, just math, no scam. Mom in Dior, niece got bands. Auntie and Benz, all from scams. Did it with skill, no boss, no chance. Price move once, I advance. Soon, I don't miss sniper mode. Money. Wick through high, that's overload. Move. Risk to reward, I drove the code. Now I'm ice while they the code. Man made millionaires. Blink, back then they ain't care. Nah, now my whole fam in the air. Private flights, no stairs. Golden fibs, I swear. 6-1 lamb truck, 2-tone glare. TP hit, I stare. Locked in, money talk loud, they scared. Plotted in silence, counted the ticks. Late night with charts, no clicks. They mock the math, now I'm rich. Ops got wrecked, I ain't flinch. I
Late night pain. No help, just math. Yeah, it's candlelight war, no sleep. No. Tears on the keys, just me and the heat. Price ran wild, I ain't retreat. Midnight lows made the house so sweet. They talk racks, I bled for this. Charles got scars, yeah, I thread that stitch. Used to be pain, now it's profit ticks. But they ain't dead when the soul got hit. Dark room 3 AM, heart sunk deep. No lights on, but a V-Walk beam. Snipe from lost turned into scheme. Now every trade got a haunted gleam. I tweet, I just flipped the zone. Marked up levels with a cracked out phone. Smoking a year blunt to the dome. Wasn't no help, I was all alone. They cheered now, but I paid that cost. Stop loss hit like a gunshot cross. Reload quick, couldn't count that loss. Math in the veins like I'm wired to the boss. Candlelight war, no sleep. No. Tears on the keys, just me and the heat. Price ran wild, I ain't retreat. Midnight lows made the house so sweet. They talk racks, I bled for this. Charles got scars, yeah, I thread that stitch. Used to be pain, now it's profit ticks. But they ain't there when the soul got hit. Fake love, now they act like fans. Weren't in the mud when I built my plan. Didn't see stops hit back to back. Didn't see nights that broke this man, but I rose like wick on a news fed spike. Pressure in lungs, but the math felt right. Turned red into green, took risks with spite. Now I ghost through price like a solid night. They only know the flex, but the ghosts in the games came from pain. I ain't forget. It was candlelight war, no sleep. Tears on the keys, just me and the heat. Price ran wild, I ain't retreat. Midnight lows made the high so sweet. Now they talk racks, I bled for this. Charles got scars, yeah, I thread that stitch. Used to be pain, that's profit ticks. But they ain't there when the soul got hit. Marco. They think it's just skill. But I died for this. Resurrected through the math. It's midnight money. Quiet hustle. Loud profit. Late night run, I'm up with the charts. Backseat view, cool glow in the dark. Did the math clean, now the wrist on spark. Did it all cold, I need they heart. Silk sheet trays, I ain't break no sweat. They talk loud, but I clear those bets. Got rich lines that they callin' fake. Dashed in gold, price bounced off fake. Woke up from a dream, made racks in real time. Automatic synced up my line. Ray phone stealth, but the mask still shine. Ops talk noise, I reply with decline. Cuban link froze, like my entry point. Tapped in once, now it's cash in joints. Didn't do brunch, I was cooking zones. Late night scripts with no auto clones. Marble floor echo that candle slap. Practice truth, they can fake that map. Whispers in the chat, I don't need that cap. Cause the VWAP kissed and I ran that trap. Late night run, I'm up with the chart. Backseat view, cool glow in the dark. Did the math clean, now the wrist on spark. Did it all cold, I ain't need they heart. Silk sheet trays, I ain't break no sweat. They talk loud, but I clear those bets. Got rich lines that they callin' fake. Dashed in gold, price bounced off fake. Midnight margins.
Bum bum. Time is it? Are all these candles just print?
Marcos. Whoa. Yeah. Ops talk, we let the charts talk back.
Okay. You got like that in terms of the World Liberty Financial thingity thing.
Used to sleep broke, now I dream in penthouse.
Boom.
Math so sharp I could carve a trend out. Charts don't lie, but my wrist too loud. Pain.
Put this back on Aster.
Big bags hit like a 12 gauge pop. Lamb truck ghost when the TP drop. Talk that talk, we don't tweet, just walk. Whole life flipped off the flip and stock. I was in the dark with a crack screen glow. Facts, facts. Drew lines once, price never said no. They laughed back then, said it's too many tools. Now they front run math and look like fool. No bot, no signal, no follow trade. Just zone to zone with the lines I lay. Now it's Birkins 4 and a rate for me. All cause the fake out set me free. Bulls went broke off opium highs. I short day dreams and I monetize. Red boxes hit like a stick in the war. And I size that lot like a brick to a door. Used to sleep broke, now dreaming penthouse. Math so sharp I could carve a trend out. Charts don't lie but my wrist too loud. Came from the red, now the green drip proud. Facts. Big bags hit like a 12 gauge pop. Lamb truck ghost when the TP drop. Talk that talk, we don't tweet, just walk. Whole life flipped off the fib and stock. I ain't flex, they just can't relate. Wrist 10 racks, now I sip on fate. Or the book dance when I step in the zone. Wrote my fate with a yellow line tone. Gold on the neck, that Fibonacci wave. 0.5 pounds got me paid like Brave. 618, that's a safe house crib where the ops get smoked and the charts get rigged. They post gains, I post receipts. They hit stops, I feast on beats. Marco's made, never preset cheat. This the math, this the seed of elite. Penthouse truth. From the basement dreams. Now the floor got marble. The chart got beams. Marcos. The math made me rich. Talk less. Print more.
FOMC, I don't blink, math on lock, chart gon' sink, rate go high, I ride that wave, rate go low, I still get paid. FOMC, no fear zone, head down plot, moves alone, big boy size, my feel precise, click confirm, then roll the dice. FOMC, I don't blink, math on lock, chart gon' sink, rate go high, I ride that wave, rate go low, I still get paid. FOMC, no fear zone, head down plot, moves alone, big boy size, my feel precise, click confirm, then roll the dice. FOMC, I don't blink, math on lock, chart gon' sink, rate go high, I ride that wave, rate go low, I still get paid. FOMC, no fear zone, head down plot, moves alone, big boy size, my feel precise, click confirm, then roll the dice.
Bum, bum.
Got no sleep, but got that rain.
charts was all I knew. Candlelight dinners with the Bacchus crew. 100 tabs, but I saw it through. Now it's all calm, the rooms with the penthouse view. Kept receipts, but I don't post. Let them talk, I'm too close. Missed the party, hit the entry. Hit TP while they chase envy. Late night math, I was stuck in a zone. Pixel feels while the whole world gone. Silk on the skin, but my heart turned stone. Luxury quiet, don't brag, I own. Wrists on ice, pain in the past. Heard they laugh, now they ask. Got no sleep, but got that rain. Smart money moves, I don't need no fame. Midnight grind, made diamonds out of drawdown. Now the chalks look clean and the wrist got frost now. Whispers turn loud, but I still move ghost town. Only thing I ever chased was math, not clout, no. Late night running, D-Wop humming. Price kiss level got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP hit, why they still think twice? Small money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Backseat charts, coupe dash digital. Benz move silent, gains residual. Stared at the screen till my soul went critical. Now I sip slow with a view that's biblical. No sleep, just plans and fills. Back to steep like I'm hunting for kills. Wrote the script, they follow the thrill. But I printed that map, let them chase the hills. Vested in zones they don't even see. Dash line bounce, that's prophecy. Didn't believe, now they copy me. But math ain't something you fake on a beat. They gon' buy from me, they gon' toy from me. TEDx cash, they been keep tired from me. Like chasers, he tied to me. I don't know you late night running, D-Wop humming. Price kiss level got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP here, why they still think twice? Small money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Late night running, D-Wop humming. Price kiss level got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP here, why they still think twice? Small money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash.
Speaking silence in the room. FOMC day. Yeah. Geeked off the math, not emotions. Let's work.
FOMC got me geeking. Wick so deep, tape speaking. Ops in the drawdown tweaking. I'm sizing heavy, breathing even. Two screens lit, one for the rate. Other for the stops I take. They chase, break out too late. I'm in from the high, they take the bait. That Fed tone came cold, I'm colder. Tape like lava.
Man, this World Liberty Financial thing is going. God damn. God damn. God damn.
Chart swing while I still move smooth. Ops got hit, not a word, no clue. They all shock, I'm counting through.
I'm gonna get paid in 40 minutes for that thing as well. Shout out to the math. My throat's starting to hurt. This cold weather is no joke.
Two screens lit, one for the rate. Other for the stops I take. They chase, break out too late. I'm in from the high, they take the bait. No tweet, no post, just profit. Pal drop heat, I caught it.
Oh yeah, the notes. The notes. Here, finish the notes. Let's power through those things real quick. Whoops.
1 minute chart look like a stretcher. I'm playing chess, they playing guesses. FOC, that's my Super Bowl. Map been prepped, now play my role. Watch them all get shook off wicks while I double tap sides like sticks. FOC, got me geeking. Wicks so deep, tape speaking. Ops in the drawdown tweaking. I'm sizing heavy, breathing even. 2 screens lit, 1 for the rate. Other for the stops I take. They chase, break out too late. I was in at the fake, now watch them break. Yeah, that rate move wasn't random. It was mad, it was me. And you got Marcos. They ain't believe it. Now the table long enough for all of us. Blue. Used to doubt me, now they eat too. Private chef plates in the beach view. Whole fam wrapped in the map, I knew. Chart went up, now the sky ain't blue. Rose in the dry, mama got one. Bro got keys to a drop top run. Unk on a jet, he ain't never done coach. Said it's all luck, I just stuck to approach. Balcony glass where the sunset drip. Dreams got streamed, now the pockets flip. Didn't need clout, just a clean little fit. They laughed at the plan, now they calling it lit. Cousin in Dior, wasn't like that before. Now he FaceTime daily, say teach me more. Granny in silk, no rent, just grace. She prayed for the trades and the wrist got laced. We made it through nights they ain't seen. Charts on the screen while they sleep. Now the winds feel deep, cause I brought the whole street. Used to doubt me, now they eat too. Private chef plates in the beach view. Whole fam wrapped in the math, I knew. Chart went up, now the sky ain't blue. Rose in the drive, mama got one. Bro got keys to a drop top run. Unk on the jet, he ain't never done coach. Said it's all luck, I just stuck to approach. They laugh. Now they live in what I saw. The math was always enough. Marcos. Yeah, Marcos, drop that data. CPI they scared we feast. Scared of more. CPI drop on lit, print the Rex Bugatti kit. Scrap folder drop, I don't flinch. On that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. I kind of misguessing, I'm pressing the button. Whip got modes like recession coming. They watching CNBC, I'm dumping. Caught that fake out, then I'm pumping. Inflation scared, we like that bait. Yo, I'll go slow, my math too great. 0.6 B, I open gates. 0.2 miss, I still get plates. Red to green, my net worth beam. Pre-CPI, I scheme. Sizing dark, pool streams. Charts blow up like dream for real. CPI, drop on lit. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Scrap folder drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. CPI flash, that's the spark. Spike that candle, then I park. Fibonacci in the dark. Hit my 618, then embark. Gas, food, shelter, watch that print. They press short, I press mint. They post charts, I post tint. That Bugatti Matt, no Lambo keys, they rattle loud. Economics got the crowd, but I just stare. Real unbowed, cause I got edge, they not allowed. CPI, volatility divine. They pray for calm, I read
Shout out to the math. But how's this stuff looking? How's this stuff coming along? Let's get rid of this. I need that. Bum.
Midnight grind, made diamonds out the drawdown. Now the charts look clean, and the wrist got frost now. Whispers turn loud, but I still move ghost town. Only thing I ever chased was math, not cloud. Late night running, VWAP humming, price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP hit, why they still think twice? Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Late night running, VWAP humming, price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP hit, why they still think twice? Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Backseat charts, coupe dash digital. Bins move silent, gains residual. Stared at a screen till my soul went critical. Now I sip slow with a view that's biblical. No sleep, just plans and feels. Back test deep like I'm hunting for kills. Wrote the script, they follow the thrill. But I printed that map, let them chase the hills. Vested in zones they don't even see. Dash line bounce, that's prophecy. Didn't believe, now they copy me. But math ain't something you fake gonna be. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tuck, I ain't need no light. TP hit, why they still think twice? Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tuck, I ain't need no light. TP hit, why they still think twice? Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash.
Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got that, now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got that, now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher.
I'm falling asleep here, God.
They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got now they panic.
Oh.
That math hit, automatic.
Goddamn. Bum.
That math hit, automatic.
trade that. Math, Rex, Ice. PP, I pop and count up racks. Map too strong, I ain't fall for the trap. Go AP, got a face all black. Gotta hit clean, made the wrist go crack. Richard Mill tick when the spike retract. Chart went red, now the coupe all matte. Stats don't lie, got the haters all flat. Made one move, now I'm up like that. Hopped in the market like who want smoke. They long that wick, I broke they hope. Back this deep scene where it poke. Then drop that size, that precision cloak. Wrist game look like a data stream. PPI 5 got me sipping lean. Told my jeweler chart that gleam. Stats on lock, I just print the dream. PP, I pump, count up racks. Math too real, I don't trust no yak. Two-tone rollie, the best mismatch. Price went dumb, I let that pass. Chart went ghost, then I fade like flash. Big boy feels no need to bash. Candle wick low, then I let that slash. Ops got clapped off a retail stash. Micro move, but the payout large. Price that hit, now I swipe that charge. Bag that face look like a chart. All up PP, I play my part. Math too icy, flows too cold. PPI hit, then I went gold. Bought new yacht off a mean threshold. Blue face day, never get sold. I ain't need no luck, just stats and time. PP, I whispered, I caught that sign. Haters loud, but they laid online. I just let my trays align. PP, I pump, count up racks. Math too strong, I ain't fall for the trap. Go AP, got a face all black. Gotta hit clean, make the wrist go crack. Richard Mill tick when the spike retract. Chart went red, now the coupe all matte. Stats don't lie, got the haters all flat. Made one move, now I'm up like that.
How's Ethereum, by the way? Ethereums? Where's this thing?
No rush, I don't chase that move. Price jump high, I just watch it groove. You buy breakouts, I fade that proof. Charts talk clean, no need for truth. No FOMO, I let it breathe. Math my map, I plant my seeds. You in green, then red, then bleed. I just wait, then take what I need. Steady hands, no impulse tap. No wick too sharp, that's bait, not map. You dive in, I log the trap. You take heat, I set the trap. Price look wild, emotions loud. I sip slow, charts my crowd. One level speak, I size and proud. You chase highs, I ghost that cloud. No rush, I don't chase that move. Price jump high, I just watch it groove. You buy breakouts, I fade that proof. Charts talk clean, no need for truth. No FOMO, I let it breathe. Math my map, I plant my seeds. You in green and red, then plead. I just wait, then take what I need. Seen that pump, that's not my lane. You tweet hype, I study range. Price need test, I don't engage. Too many trades, you build a cage. Glow in the screen, but the hands stay still. Everyone rush, I move off skill. They want action, I want fills. Let them burn, I build from chill. No rush, I don't chase that move. Price jump high, I just watch it groove. You buy breakouts, I fade that proof. Charts talk clean, no need for truth. No FOMO, I let it breathe. Math my map, I plant my seeds. You in green, then red, then plead. I just
tight. Cut that. Talk to me, Jerome. Let's go. They wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He press that mic, I press that phone. POC tag, I'm in my throne. Ray go up, I'm still full grown. Yellow dash hit pixel snipe. Cut or hike, I trade that hype. Dubs or hawks, they sweat all night. But I just fade, the math too right. Whip got clocks like the Fed got feared. Hold that squat when the dot plot near. Traders scream, I sip that clear. They got stops, I engineer. Headlines panic, I just glance. Levels hold like luxury pants. 618, my entry dance. FOMC, that's just advanced. Jerome speak loud, I whisper back. Caught that spike, then flip the stack. Balance sheet look wild on track, but I got feels, no time for they late on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He press that mic, I press that phone. POC tagged, I'm in my throne. Break go up, I'm still full grown. Yellow dash hit pixel snipe. Cut a hike, I trade that hype. Dubs or hawks, they sweat all night, but I just fade, the math too right. Liquidity sweep, then breaks. Fade that wick, I clean that plate. 2-point move off FOMC, but I was there pre-debate. Macro flow, no tweets, just big size and order sheets. Jerome talk yields, I talk cheat codes. Market move slow, I beat those. Smart money view my craft. No emotion, just math. Marco's chart got goal line.
My throat really hurts. God damn, oh my god, the vid. Oh my god, the motherfucking COVID.
He talk hikes, we talk fills.
God damn.
Chase candles, we chase bills.
How do these 30-minute candles print?
They wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He press that mic, I press that
Okay.
phone. POC tagged, I'm in my throne. Ray go up, I'm
Interesting.
still full grown. Yellow dash
30 more minutes to get them 4-hour candles going.
Dubs or hawks, they sweat all night, but I just
Can we finish these notes in time or no? How much we have left? Oh, for sure, for sure. We nerd out for sure. Shout, shout.
Ran it back, they said to stop. Feel that level, marked it clean and let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. Math don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. Fake it, got it. The level, yellow flash, zap line. Fill that with collected cash. Midnight shine. No emotion, just the math. Calculated path. While they panic, I relax. Sipping while they crash. Wrote that zone like a scripture. Price tag, perfect full fixture. No miss, no glitch. I'm in the charts like a whisper. Here goes like the flicker. Ran it back, they said to stop. Fill that level, marked it clean, then let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. Math don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. Fake it, got it. You chase hope, we chase math. You want breakouts, we want pay that wrath. I hear your panic in the glass. Breathe too fast, we drift off in the crash.
Marcos, loud in me spliff, that time me brain. Watch this. Loud in the wood, charts in the frame. Smoke it. Hit the retrace, cook in the game. Cooking. Puffin' trees, wild price, go tame. Chopping. Soon as a spike, I take aim. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Flame. Red box, wick, get twisted. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco, smoke and math, that's the gift. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Flame. Red box, wick, get twisted. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco, smoke and math, that's the gift. Run it. Big spliff roll, it's a lot of flame. Entry sweet, but the risk insane. View up park, then I ride that lane. Golden pocket, bounce off range. Youths them cap on twitter.com. I sip mint tea while they blow funds. My shit is sharp with the fibs and guns. Drop 5, price turn and run. Island breeze in a high rise views. I see charts, they see news. They panic, I just cruise. I light up while they lose. Loud in the wood, charts in the fray. Hit the retrace, cook in the game, chef. Puffin' trees, wild price, go tame. Soon as it spike, I take aim. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Rack. Red box, wick, get twisted. Liquid. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco. Smoke and math, that's the gift. Blessed. Charts go rhythm like rhythm spun tape. 1, 2 move, I set that fate. They bite, boom, I flip that fate. Green on my screen while I blow that grape. Backward thick, entry thin. They chase moves, I move within. Risk a fine, but style unhinged. Profit pool looking like a win. Cool head, hot lungs, big muff. Ups long highs, I let that crash. Island boy with a Wall Street craft. She say I glow, that's the flash. Loud in the wood, charts in the frame. Hit the retrace, cook in the game. Puffin' trees, wild price, go tame. Soon as it spike, I take aim. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Red box, wick, get twist. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco, smoke and math, that's the gift. Facts.
Marcos, yeah. Stop at break even, I don't play with it. Secure the zone, then I fade with it. Move that stop, break even pop. Price gate push, then I lock the lot. Tiny gain, that's still the plot. Risk free now, let it chop. Matt made rock, don't sweat the bounce. Price flip once, now count the ounce. Couldn't hold full, still took that slight. One tick green, that sleep at night. Soon as I'm green, I protect the throne. Price come back, I'm already gone. No revenge, just logic shown. Trail that stop like a dog on bone. I'm in the zone with a Fibonacci. Math so sharp, make Wall Street copy. They swing wild, I mark and box it. Risk control, that's my logic. They pray for trend, I just secure. One move right now, I'm insured. Let it run or let it scratch, but I ain't hold if the math don't match. Break even hit, that's no shame. Next play loaded, exact same game. Stack them crumbs, they build that plate. Now my bankroll clean, no fake. Move that stop, break even pop. Price gate push, then I lock the lot. Tiny gain, that's still the plot. Risk free now, let it chop. Map made route, on sweat the bounce. Price flip once, now count the ounce. Couldn't hold full, still took that slight. One tick green, that sleep at night. They get greedy, I get smart. Sook you small, tear them apart. It's not luck, it's now I feel it. Stop the break, then close the deal. Take off. I ain't lose when price reverse. Stop moved up, now they hurt. They held hope, I held plan. Risk to zero, that's how I stand. They got gap, I got green. Played the edge, exit clean. They don't hop, I get them in. Man, me boost, that's froze my bins. Move that stop, break and snap. No regret, I won that map. Tiny win, that still hit. Long game plays, I never quit. Stack the crumbs, let math expand. Risk free flow, that's what I plan. You still hope, I still chart. That break even life, that's sharp. Marcos, lock in. Trail tight. They chase, I trace. The math is the man. You got guy.
What is that? Oh. No matter, we got our ETH hedged, it don't matter. Got that hedge going.
My dummies, they missing it. Smoke loud, wick louder. Run it! Spawn it. Wicked deep, I was waiting. Fire in the air, I'm blazing. They click too fast, I'm patient. My fib say go, I'm racing. Level on tight, I size that. Blue line glow, I ride that. They tweet, I fill, then slide back. Chart dance while I guide that. Top shelf flame, I'm zoning in. Entry clean like porcelain. Fake out move, I bought the sin. Now price fly high like foreign wing. Golden pocket, I seen it. VWAP flip, I mean it. Stop hunt wave, I lean in. Ops get smoke, they dream it. I don't chase me, execute. One green bar, then I mute. Risking line, charts compute. They get baited, I reboot. Charts jump up, them panicking. I just laugh, my plan locked in. They get loud, I'm vanishing. With PNL, that's scandalous. Wicked deep, I was waiting. Fire in the air, I'm blazing. They click too fast, I'm patient. My fib say go, I'm racing. Level hold tight, I size. Blue line glow, I ride that. They tweet, I fill, then slide back. Short dance while I guide that. 2 to 1 risk me, take it. Price fake, break me, break it. Ops run wild, I stake it. Matt don't lie, so I bake it. Sniper aim, no tremble. Trade clean, not accidental. They fumble bags, I'm gentle. With fire loud, not sentimental. Wick tap, I got that feel. Golden zone gave me the drill. Smoker while I chart stand still. Marco's life with the skill. Math. Island flex. Trade print. Gollum.
Yeah. Chart look clean, but I'm dirty with it. Marcos. Zone stepping. Stop sweeping. They ain't do nothing. Stepping on they zone, they ain't pop out. Hit they stops, now the green just top out. Char smoked out, lungs full of loud. We sippin' that walk while they margin drown. Zone got marked, I spun back twice. One little wick, then I ended day life. I don't tweet threats, I just pull up right. With the size so fat, it distort they sight. Private jet math, I be gone by noon. Hit they level, not a block in doom. Backwood twist, that's jet fuel fumes. In the chart do flips when I enter the room. Wick that candle, don't flinch, just fade it. They trade off hope, I'm calculated. Zone like turf and I just invaded. Ops got hit and they chart deflated. No mask on, I do a bare face. With a richer milli on the wrist, no brace. Slide through stealth, but I leave no trace. All I left was a trap in a big briefcase. Stepping on his own, they ain't pop out. Hit they stops, now the green just top out. Chart smoked out, lungs full of loud. We sipping that walk while they margin drown. Zone got marked, I spun back twice. One little wick, then I ended they life. I don't tweet threats, I just pull up right. With the size so fat, it distort they sight. They don't want smoke, they just want clout. They drawing boxes, I'm taking them out. Zone looks soft, so I walk on in. Snatch they stops with a savage grin. Gotta crawl through the digital tapes. They candle jump, that's my favorite bait. They try to break out, I bring the weight. Flip they longs, now I'm eating off plates. Math in motion, no luck, no hope. They was dreaming green, I handed the rope. Ice in my chain, match the fib, I pull .618 hits. Stepping on his own, they ain't pop out. Hit they stops, now the green just top out. Chart smoked out, lungs full of loud. We sipping that walk while they margin drown. Zone got marked, I spun back twice. One little wick, then I ended they life. I don't tweet threats, I just pull up right. With the size so fat, it distort they sight. Marcos, yeah. You drew a little box, huh? But I'm on the other side of that, wicking it deep. Zone invaded, stops gone. Marcos.
Yeah. You feel that beat? But do you feel the math?
Bum. Any questions in here or nah? We're nah. We're nah. We're nah. We're nah. We're nah, boy. I'm gonna sleep like a baby today. Can't wait.
Them rushing, I stay low. Me no care about candle glow. Wrist then fine, I let go. Limit touch, now I in control. Pull back dance, I catch that.
1 month till Christmas. God damn. God damn. What is this?
No stress, I sit my tea. Zone get tapped, then I press TP. You need signal, I just see. Structure form like prophecy.
You just trade on vibes or charts. You wanna follow the flow I mark, or you just jump when the green look large. Me, I chill by the VWAP hold. Me, I wait for the fib unfold. I don't FOMO in for gold. I just fade that high when the math get bold.
Yeah. She asked how I always win. I say, baby, it's discipline. Chart got waves, I let it spin. No rush, I just read the wind. Fake out flash, they all bite. I sip slow, my plan right. They need hype, I need price. One zone hit, then I take flight. You chase candle, I chase calm. You get shaken, I stay bomb. They want magic, I want math. They want noise, I want path.
Do you believe it? Do you trust it? When the wick gets sharp, do you love it? When the range get tight, do you rush it? Or you wait like me?
Do you believe in the math?
For now,
You just trade on vibes or charts. You wanna follow the flow,
I'm up.
or you just jump when the green look large. Me, I chill by the VWAP hold. Me, I wait while the fib unfold. I don't FOMO in for gold. I just fade that high when the math get bold.
The math is the math. The rhythm is the plan. If you trust it, it feels.
Marcos.
Marcos. Huh. Move that side. We don't scale, we slide. Brr. Yeah, yeah. Move that side like a bricks on road. Let me set, then I load that code. Chart too clean, they explode, implode. Stop hunch with the ops on hold. Move that side like a moving key. 20 lot deep when I breathe with ease. Push one line, watch the market free. They need luck, I just need my feed. Got that size like a well and stuff. Book so fat, got market health. Price just tap when I flash that wealth. You hold hopium, I hold belt. Cash flow slide, that's manual field. Broke, they stop with the click, no chill. They got rugged, I got thrill. Trade so big, make Wall Street kneel. Move that side like a kilo press. Matt too pure, I don't need two gets. They long too high, now they feel that stress. Price go ghost, I finesse the rest. Move that size with the map behind. Price bounce off where I draw that line. Chart got smoke when I realign. TP hit, now I sip my wine. Still moving ounces, move the tape. One click hit and the block reshape. Liquidity drive, then I relocate. Sweep that zone like I sealed your fate. Got full size in the trap line zone. Brokers blink when I step, they moan. One false move, I be gone, I'm known. But size got weight like a chart in stone. Big size, trade life, rich tight, math right, fade height, get right, they bet wrong. Good night, move that size like I'm moving dope. Trade so clean, I don't need hope. One wick trap, then I cut that rope. Marcos move and the candles choke. Move that size like a street cartel. Snipe that top, now they can't rebel. I fake greed, they caught the L. Run these charts like a clientele.
First move.
never lie. They pop off, I press start. You see trend, I see time. 3 drives deep, then comes mine. Saw the first, didn't blink. Second push, chart, don't think. They call break, or I call bait. Draw that fib, then I wait. Candle stack, crowd gets loud. Top get chased, I move proud. No rush, no need to guess. Third drive hit, I clean that mess. She said that reversal, I said watch. Zone lined up like a Gover's watch. One last wick, then the whole thing flip. They scream trend, I just let that rip. I wait for the third drive. First 2 bait, third 1 dive. They all long, I let 'em hype. Then I load up zone snipe. 3 taps, it's never love. They pop off, I pressed up. You see trend, I see time. Tick. 3 drives deep, then comes mine. Panic too old, they still miss. They want heat, I want bliss. She said how you chill mid-move. I said I map this candle groove. Every impulse got a script. Every fake out got a twist. Every setup got a grave. And third drive, kick it slick. Charto slow, but the wrist not low. He jumped in, I let it go. Wick came up, then snap below. 3 strikes hitting, now they know. Not the first, not the second. Wait for it. That third one kills. Last that laser track. ¿Acaso la has? Marcos, wait. I wait for the third drive. First 2 bait, third 1 dive. They all long, I let 'em hype. Then I load up Sonos snipe. 3 taps, it's never luck. They pop off, I pressed up. You see trend, I see time. 3 drives deep, then comes mine. You got 1 drive early. Again.
Yeah, Marcos. They ain't believe me, but the math did.
My Rex. I did it anyway, even when they laughed. Now I'm charted out, wrist full of math. Cried in the dark, no lights, just pass. Now it's backwoods, thick water, stash that. I did it anyway when they walked out. Held them losses, I ain't talk loud. Now I'm in the villa where the charts bounce. Tears turn to trays, look who got clouds.
I was in the room with the blinds all closed, staring at the candles, mind on froze, losses in the road, heart got cold, had to flip sides just to not fold. Nobody saw them nights I broke, running through books while they hit that smoke. Now I push keys like piano notes, made my plan and I ran that road. Watch it go, entry hit steel, PL stretched like a luxury deal. Told my story, the pain too real, but they ain't here till I sign that seal.
I did it anyway, even when they laughed. Now I'm charted out, wrist full of math. Cried in the dark, no lights, just pass. Now it's backwoods, thick water, stash that. I did it anyway when they walked out. Held them losses,
I lost my ChatGPT window. Where is it? I should just do this on Gemini. Gemini, Gemini, Gemini.
Y'all saw the whip, not the struggle days. Y'all saw the win, not the double haze. I lost friends, I lost time, I lost peace. I gained focus and now I feast. 1 monitor, then I got 4. Now I mark zones like I win the war. They laughed at lines, now they beg for more. Chart don't cap, it just keeps score.
cried on the floor with a pad and pen. Broke my trays like a Teleman. Now it's VY plays, no pretend. Didn't need friends, just a fib and trend. Even when they laugh. Now I'm charted out, wrist full of math. Cried in the dark, no lights, just pass. Now it's backwoods, thick water, stash that. I did it anyway when they walked out. Held them losses, I ain't talk loud. Now I'm in the villa where the charts bounce.
Oh. Bro, this is so slow. What the fuck?
Marcos, it's that time again. Raid drop, raid hold. We eat either way. FO, MC mode, I'm locked in live. Pivots, traps, I thrive off vibes. Green light flick when the dot plot slide. I'm front of the with my ops mine. No stop, no cap, just data fed. They read tweets, I rate that thread. Price snap back like Powell said. I'm prepped, I'm lit, I won't blood red. Countdown drop, I don't blink once. Hawk or dove, I still eat lunch. 0.25 or 0.5 pop. Market switch, I time that drop. Fed speak bait, I hear that tone. Liquidity flash, I'm in that zone. They panic post while I post TP. Charge bounce Chris Fibonacci tree. Screens up on the yacht, don't stress. SPX fake out, I short that mess. Ops in spaces, begging guesses. I'm in size, no second guesses. You though. FO, MC mode, I'm locked in live. Pivots, traps, I thrive off vibes. Green light flick when the dot plot slide. I'm front of the with my ops behind. No stop, no cap, just data fed. They read tweets, I read that thread. Price snap back like Powell said. I'm prepped, I'm lit, I won't blood red. They got Hobium tweets, I got limit fills. Mask my weapon, no fake thrills. I scalp that wick with deadly still. Then chill with the view in Beverly Hills. Jerome talk slick, I already knew. I measured the tape, I mapped that cue. My yellow dash got bounced on cue. Whole room cheered, they never knew. Been up since London, slept in Tokyo. Raid day Prince got me moving like whoa, it's Marco's world. They just float. FOMC hits, I'm cutting throats. You though. FOMC mode, I'm locked in live. Pivots, traps, I thrive off vibes. Green light flick when the dot plot slide. I'm front of the with my ops behind. No stop, no cap, just data fed. They read tweets, I read that thread. Price snap back like Powell said. I'm prepped, I'm lit, I won't blood red. Raid day ain't for the weak. It's math, motion, and Marcos. We don't gamble, we execute. let it play. Fade that wick, then go hit valet. No rush, still clean on entry. They max long, now the chart look empty. I don't chase, I don't
Okay.
guess. Price tap twice, I can
Okay.
see bounce, they ain't catch it. Value every
What's
effort.
next?
Focus,
What's
I want
next?
cash, I want math. You post code, I post path. Marked up, tag that line. You got loud, I got mine. Price came
I think some of these have videos. We're not gonna be able to do this. We're gonna have to actually watch them again.
too clean. No motion in between. You caught weight, caught still. You caught lost, caught still. Sharp move where I still glide. They swing wild.
Interesting.
I just slide. They up late, I'm already filled. They post pain, I post chill. V-way pole, I saw early. They call moon.
How long has it been?
Shot that fade, no assist.
Almost 4 hours. How are these things looking? How did the 4-hour candle print? Retesting this level. Okay. Retesting the daily level. Okay. Okay. I think that we flip this though, yeah? Would be ideal. Because if we start heading lower here without even reaching this, it's not particularly bullish, is it? Especially if we don't even fucking break this level.
Stats, yeah. Precision mode activated. Marcos. The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Benz coupe not fast enough, so I double that bag. Ari red with a Fibonacci flame. Chart his zone now, it's not the same.
Close this stuff. Close this. Close this.
Talking that's cold precision. Wrist like glass with a chart division. You pray breakout, I saw friction. Now you stop, hit math, made the decision. Big cloud blowing that Sherman gelato. TP tags on a Monte Carlo. RSI high, better check that.
I didn't even realize PPI was tomorrow.
The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graphs. I just mapped that path.
I think we mentioned it yesterday, huh?
Got splash.
I don't know if is it coming out?
Pete and dash. Porsche curves new class. I still swing, I slash. No emotions, this side wire. Risk reward, clean that's empire. They want hope, I want proof. You drop size, I drop truth. Chart bounce once, I fade the rest. Bentley seats in a VWAP test. Everything math, never just guess. Roll the strain, now I hedge the stress. Options stack like commas bill. You chase hype, I chase yield. They go blind, I go still. My edge quiet, but it kill. Math. The math. The math. No fear, just math. They break, I grab. They beg, I laugh. The math. The math. One shot, one tag. That zone, it crack. There goes. The math.
Seems like it. Seems like it. It's September's.
Now the risk I splash. The math is
I don't know how particularly relevant it's gonna be, but
Rolls Royce matte black. You'll stop, hit that stat. This ain't luck. This ain't vibes. Structure. Steps. It's always been
I'm more curious how the retail sales are doing and whatnot. You know, are the the consumers spending still, or are they fucking broke?
she bounce once. Press twice.
Also, gonna be a weird week, right? Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress.
Anyways, let's do a bit of a juice box and wrap this thing up because I'm tired. My eyes are hurting. And these like note sessions this late at night, if looking at screens all day, are like taxing on my eyes. Cannot handle that shit.
Late night zone, marked in gold. Candle touch, then story fold.
Did buy some new eye drops though, so that should help.
Price came back, you took that slap. Watch
Bum, 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 bum.
none of them
You know, the reason I was like kind of when I was like talking earlier about when I said like if we lost 874, I'd like start closing out the longs because all the low time from liquidity ended like right here. So I was waiting to see, like, are we just grabbing this and going? Or not? Or not? So far it seems like we are, right? So far good decision on holding off on TPing a little too aggressively there. Especially given like the context of these levels, right? The 382 and whatnot that we talked about at the start of the stream. So far it looks like it bounced right off that bitch pixel perfect to me. Huh? What? Show to the math. So I got too ahead of ourselves though, right? Might just come clean this high and just start doing one of these. Start making like a bit of a failed auction up here and start heading lower. But I guess we'll start talking about that as we talk about these trade ideas. Let me just brush up on some of this data. The thing is, what was I gonna say? Like the latter portion of this move, same story as like here, right? Same kind of story in terms of open interest. Like open interest climbing, nice, juice, and then like squeeze into like a pullback. And same kind of story, like climb, and then like squeeze back down until like a pullback. So can we see it picking up again with some spot volume here and start pumping? Or no? We're not. In terms of the math, where was that fib that we deleted? We'll kind of drag this thing over here. You know, ideally we can do it the typical shit, right? Pull back into the golden pocket. Reject the first time and then yeet! Nuke through the second time. Yeet. In terms of these longs. 851. Actually, we'll just do a box, right? A little bit of a box thing. These aren't perfectly accurate. I'm just drawing them for the sake of looking at this juice box, but damn. 941. And this 98 is the motherfucking Christmas tree glowing up here. This is where people are really gonna get fucking wrecked. 984 to what? Like 97 basically. So let's kind of familiarize ourselves with the higher time frame, right? What's really going on at that 98 level. This imaginary trend line would be there. This lower level is the golden pocket, 886 rotation going on, right? 94 thangity thang. In which case we'd be wondering if we bounce here or not. We're not. Also, this is in play, right? Kind of retrace to the 0.5 and then retest the golden pocket. Also in play, this thing would be coming down on that thangity thang too.
Dash line yellow. They say it's fake. So they liquidate. Marcos.
So we need to be paying attention to 94 and the back test of this level to 0.5 basically. Which confluence with the red box is, right? Interestingly enough, essentially. in terms of this stuff.
I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. They don't believe, but they get clipped. Price hit once, then double dip. Line from Monday, still hit fry. Pixel perfect, and they
Yeah, so 94 is gonna be pretty interesting, right? This first box is gonna be like the first real test of what's really going on here. A lot going on there.
imaginary lines, that's what they say. Till price tap twice.
Okay. Let's lower this a bit. Actually, something like the open interest real quick. Let's see what's going on with these shorters. Where these motherfuckers hiding at? Got him in the scope now, but why? Put this on a bit higher of a time frame, like 4 hour.
Imaginary lines, that's what they say. Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I'm marking gray. Chart got art, I paint that play.
Interestingly enough, oh wow, interesting.
Price bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. You called it fake.
On the stablecoin contract on Bybit, there's already a lot of shorts underwater. The coin margin people all closed out, but they did not. Interesting, worth noting that. And from further back, what are we cooking with? The next spike is the 95, and then
I got faith in the math. Let them talk, I don't react. They chase dreams, I trace tracks. Numbers talk back, I move exact. No emotion, just that math. Zone a line, then it snap. They want feeling, I want facts.
100, 98, 95.
How you stay that calm? I said math don't need no charm. I don't flinch, I wait for price. You guess hope, I draw slice. We came close, I don't fail.
In terms of these clowns,
Didn't pray, didn't stress. Just one chart, no second guess. No candles loud enough to shake. No voice can make me fake. My trust ain't built on faithless moves. It's built on levels that don't. I got faith in the math. Let them talk, I don't react. They chase dreams, I trace tracks. Numbers talk, I can
95, 103.
just that map. Zone a line, then it snap. They want feeling, I want facts. One clean wig, then I'm back. Screen too dim, but I still see. Balance
We won't worry about the rest yet.
volume, whisper range got tight. Matt said now, then came light. I don't blink, I just obey. Pattern formed in quiet sway. She said you knew it, hold that line. I said price don't lie with time. Y'all want speed, I want proof. I let price walk to truth. You chase fear, I sit still. You post hype, I just feel.
What level was the 103?
They say luck, I say logic. They feel noise, I feel I. I got faith in the math, yeah. Let them talk, I don't react. They chase dreams, I trace tracks. Numbers talk back, I move exact. No emotion, just that map. Zone a line, then it snap. They want feeling,
Interesting.
facts. One clean wig.
And, you know, if we do make our way up here, it'll be very interesting to see if we start to actually like reclaim this volume node. Because there's a lot of shorts that I get got at these 4 levels, but there's also a lot more above that. So it'll be interesting to see if they lock this bitch down or not. If not, then like we might be seeing some like mega squeeze, right? Just catch everybody off guard. Bull market is not over. You feel me? You feel me? Or not? Or not? Or not? Questionable. Very questionable. We'll say that. Have my doubts, but keep it in mind, right? We'll keep that in mind. Because if we get like 2 candles like this, and fucking show's not over, right? Potentially. 2 big green dildos. Anyways, let's copy this. Put it on this page. Start talking about that juice, that juice. I mean, realistically, it'd probably be like this, right? Realistically. Kind of the golden pocket that we were talking about yesterday. Like, you know, we put in the potential low and we try to retest it, right? See if we're really the bulls are locking this down for real, or not, or are we going lower, right? Because a lot of people still got lower levels in mind, so. And the day just might be just a bit of like consolidation before just making another rip down. Not get too carried away just yet, even though it has been looking particularly bullish, right? Kind of been talking about this the whole way up. Like this is a pretty strong bounce. Then we had like this thing, which like failed into like inverse head and shoulders, double bottom, which then started ripping again. Then the 382 rip and go after holding the 382 here. So far so good from the bulls in terms of bringing this shit back. Yeah, if we do come down here, ideally like very little time spent. It's kind of like one of these type of things, just big wick and later. If we go down there. Also, you can be mindful of this kind of zone. Because we do have an outside day, right? Keep in mind we do also have an outside day today. So it might just kind of yeet and come down. Let's start writing some of these down. And just say like full, like previous day value rotation into liquidity grab. Thing is, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be too keen on this one, because like, okay, we were talking about how there's a bunch of buy walls in the order book down here, all the way down to like whatever it was, like 70. There still is a shit ton. There's even more now, actually. The spot order book is thick from this level downwards. But they walked them up to this low. So like in this kind of zone, it's a bit of like thin air. So we might just like melt and then ram into that spot wall and then just bounce from there. Just grab the perp liquidity and drip. So unless you're seeing like pretty strong order flow here and you probably see like the reversal print, whatever it may be, I probably wouldn't be entertaining this. I wouldn't have limits set here probably. We like either market it when something solid prints, or I just kind of let it go. And if anything, if we do come down here and the VWAP's coming down, I'll probably just wait for the VWAP to get flipped kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Or no? So keep that context in mind for this. If not, we'll just say like the lower golden pocket liquidity grab. I like the 885-ish, 884. Or whoops, 83, sorry. Boom, 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 boom.
She bounced once, pressed twice, stop gone.
From above,
Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market.
thing is, you kind of missed it, right? This 382 was probably it. Like we were talking about this like a little bit earlier, but like this, and then we started printing like the regular bull divs here as we grab like the liquidity. So maybe you can take this VWAP bounce and go. Right, change structure away from the VWAP. Thing is, it's like a brand new VWAP, right? They started like a couple hours ago, so it's not the most meaningful, especially when it's low volume. If anything, you kind of wait for this. Like, you know, turn the value high into support, kind of smash your entry from there. The issue with this is we might get a single print in reverse, right? Because a lot of the low time liquidity is like right here on the upside. So we might just come into this yellow line and ding. If anything, it'd be that, like kind of like this structure change, like a stop here, and or you wait for this to get grabbed and then either get filled on this pullback. Kind of just like ding ding, have your orders like through here and just kind of get the bounce and go. Or you wait for this bounce to happen with like the structure change up here, and then you like enter with your stop here and let the rest rip to this liquidity cluster. To be looking something like this. At the grace of RR, but ideally we're targeting the higher level. The big kahuna. Also depends how it prints, right? You can probably get a better RR. But at the end of the day, like, don't like base your trades exactly off this, right? Sometimes having like a 1 or like 1 point something R trade is not the worst of ideas. At the end of the day, if the structure is printing as if to go higher, then that's what it's doing, right? Shouldn't be scared of it, it's not the ideal R. Or just size accordingly. So we'll kind of leave all these written. We'll just say like the entire discussion we just had, right? Entire discussion we just had. Boom. Problem solved. I don't know why I'm doing this the slow way, but I'm already committed to it, so fuck it, right? Fuck it. And like the lower levels, what we've talked about, so nothing's really changed in that regard. Higher time frame levels. Our time frame levels below have been previously discussed. For the shorts, I've been paying attention to the data too much. I'm not sure how things are particularly looking in terms of like the CBD on the bear side. I'm just gonna take a quick glance. Things all my time frames are fucked up. Whatever, well, you guys can do it, right? Yeah. I mean, potentially you can take like a failed auction forming here at the value area high. Probably wouldn't suggest it though, because at that point we're risking just kind of bouncing this and going. And we did bounce at 382, which is like the most bullish spot to be bouncing. So I'd let this like print, right? If we are gonna do it, let it print first, especially because we have like a poor high here and the poor high here today. So you can take like this thing, or take the bearish retest, and get in on like the full day rotation down to here. Like something like this. You can TP like any of these zones that we talked about in terms of like long areas of interest, depending on how the data is looking, or like split up your TPs, etc. Right, lots of ways to play it, right? Play it however you like, at your heart's content. So we'll kind of just say that as like the first idea. Fail the auction, forming at the PD value high, measuring yellow line, so on and so forth. Also, you can be mindful of this, right? It's like the liquidity grab we were talking about. Whether we do something like this, or something like this. This is like a big zone of interest. And then these levels, right? Like, I mean, we already talked about all this higher time frame stuff. But just keep in mind, like, that these are like the main zones where people are gonna have their break-even stops, if they have break-even stops. Like, either they're gonna start bitching out on the way back and start taking profit before you reach these zones, or they're gonna get stopped at break-even. And then worst case, they're just gonna sit underwater and potentially set up like just like a squeeze to the upside. So to be mindful of these, we'll leave that. We'll delete that, but yeah, right? So we'll kind of just say clear the single prints above into some reversal structure after grabbing the liquidity. The reason I say that is because in terms of like the oscillators and whatnot, it doesn't seem like we're gonna have like a big bear dips printing up here, right? If these things are already like if we start to go, they're gonna be going as well, right? So like no bear dips. Maybe we'll have some on like the volume. Hard to say though until we actually get there. And then also, yeah, I mean, I guess we would have some larger hidden bull dips printing, but when they're this far away, not always, you can't just rely on that. Ideally, you see them on this side too. But as usual, right, look at the data, see if anything's forming here that gives us edge to want to take the trade. If not, just ignore it. Focus on the higher red boxes, which are a lot more important. Especially given the math, right? In terms of like getting rejected at the golden pocket, and if we start to break through again, well then like, if that gets turned to support, then almost certainly we're going to be going higher. All the higher levels have been previously discussed. And keep in mind the liquidity levels we discussed. What are we missing here? Nothing, right? Yeah, I think we got it all. The only other thing would be, I suppose, if we come down here, like let's say you don't take like the failed auction, and we just bounce the Valeria low, kind of like the 886 to the golden pocket type of thing. Just like doing, take that. Assuming we don't do the sweep first, right? So we bounce here, and so you can get on this to get the sweep. I think we talked about like the higher time, like the same kind of concept of like flipping the golden pocket on this level yesterday, like this kind of thing. We'll kind of just categorize those both as like bearish retests of the golden pocket. So like a low time frame and high time frame golden pocket bearish retests. So one would be like this, like the 86.5, and this one would be 83.7 or so. .7. That should do it, yeah? I should have everything covered more or less. Delete those things. Interesting day so far, right? Kind of just everything going according to a plan, fill the gap and rip. Still doing its thing, still in the middle of the move, so not much really to discuss there. In terms of the calendar, yeah, we do have PPI tomorrow, so curious to see if the market reacts to that at all. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Yeah, there's not really much to talk about, right? Pretty chill stream, just kind of been sitting here, nothing really going on. So yapping about random stuff. Let's do a chat shout out and get out of here, get on our way. Scroll my ass up. Shout out to Harris, Kamal, shout out to Lyle, Borger, 6900. What else we got in here? I think Bebo was in here, right? Quote unquote the Alpha King. King Alpha, sorry. Shout out to Bebo. Yeah, we'll kind of be back tomorrow, usual time. Let's see how this move progresses. Excited to see how these trades go. Hopefully these are some big juicers, right? We have not had some big juicy trades in a while. These might be the ones, so okay, getting a little bit excited, but don't want to get greedy either, right? For taking profit on the way, adding back when it looks like it's time to add back, hedging when needed, so not letting the emotion, not letting the money consume us. Staying level-headed. Yeah, until then I'm out here. I'm gonna get some sleep. Excited for tomorrow. Until then, later. Later.